Testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Test, 1, 2, 3.
President Castellanos, live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and start the meeting.
Good evening. Good evening and welcome to December 6th, 2023 report meeting. The meeting is now in session and the time is 5:35 p.m. Please note that John Forty, Chief Facilities Officer, will be attending closed session for item number C2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 5 cases. Ms. Schwenke, please call the roll.
Trustee Bullicus,
Here.
Trustee Davis,
Here.
Trustee Jones,
Here.
Trustee Pritchard. Trustee Pritchard is out. Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Parham.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here. Ms. Schwenke, before the board recesses to closed session, are there any speakers?
We have none.
Okay, thank you. The board will now recess to closed session to address the following agenda items: student expulsion, 1 case; student readmissions, 4 cases; conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation; significant exposure to litigation, 1 case; significant exposure to litigation, 5 cases; significant exposure to litigation, 1 case; conference with legal counsel, existing litigation; significant exposure to litigation, 6 cases; conference with labor negotiators, CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, Kuma, and unrepresented employees; conference with rural property negotiators, property at South Transportation and Groundskeeping Facility, employee discipline, dismissal, release. The board will now recess to closed session. Thank you.
President Castellanos, the live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and open the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the December 6, 2023 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 7:08 p.m. As a reminder, per board policy 9323, meeting conduct, requests to address the Board of Trustees will be accepted only until 30 minutes after the start of open session. Please also note that we have Spanish interpreters attending this board meeting in the back. So if anyone needs assistance, please see the back of the room. Also, if we have any students registered to speak this evening on any agenda item, we will hear them before any adult speaker. Oral communications is an opportunity for the public to comment on issues that are not on tonight's agenda. Per board policy, the total time allotted for oral communications is 20 minutes with a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker. The per speaker time may be less if there is a large number of speakers. Under California law, board members cannot respond to non-agenda oral communication comments. We would also like to note that while the public has the right to speak, the district does not condone speech that may be perceived as hateful or discriminatory. Purpose of a school or a school district is to teach. In addition to typical academic subjects, we want to teach young people appropriate behavior and respect for other points of view. Our students are watching and listening to all of us. We appreciate your support tonight in modeling respectful and productive public discourse for our students and for our entire community. This evening, the board will be reorganized to elect a new president, a vice president, and clerk. This process is completed annually in December per board policy. During the reorganization, the current officers remain in their duties until the new officers are elected by their peers. Ms. Schwenke, please call the roll.
Student Board Member Pierce.
Here.
Trustee Bullicus.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee Pritchard.
Present.
Trustee Hanichek. Here. Trustee Parham.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here. Tonight, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Ms. Jessica Geyer.
Okay, place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, may I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Okay, moved by Trustee Davis, seconded by Trustee Parham. Ms. Schwenke, please call the roll.
Student Board Member Pierce.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard.
Aye.
Trustee Hanichek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 by a roll call vote to adopt the agenda with a preferential vote of aye from Student Board Member Pierce. Ms. Schwenke, please read the report out from closed session.
Please let the record show Trustee Pritchard joined closed session at 7:37 p.m. On agenda item 3A, student expulsion, trustees voted 7-0 to approve. 5:37 p.m. Apologies. On agenda item 3A, student expulsion, trustee voted 7-0 to approve the staff recommendation on the following case. Case number 2024009. On agenda item 3B, student readmissions, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following cases. 2023006, 2023032, 2023042, 2023043. On agenda items 3C, conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation. On agenda item C1, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following cases. ADR case number 20231023. On agenda item C2, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation. On agenda item C3, trustees voted 6-1 to approve staff recommendation with trustee Davis voting no. On agenda item 3D, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. On agenda item D1 through D6, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following cases. OH case number 2023120269M, 2023060083, 2023060576, 2023060690, 2023070322, 2023070928. On agenda item 3E, conference with labor negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3F, conference with real property negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3G, public employee discipline dismissal release. On agenda item G1, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following case, resolution number 232405C. This concludes my report.
Thank you. This evening, the board will reorganize and elect a new president, a vice president, and clerk. This process is completed annually in December. During this reorganization, as the current presiding board president, I'll facilitate the election of the board president. So please note that a nomination for any office does not require a second, and that trustees may nominate themselves for this office. At this time, the board will make nominations for the role of board president. Following nominations, the board will vote to elect a president effective immediately until December 2024. The newly elected president will then preside over the remainder of the meeting, including elections for vice president and clerk of the board. So the first thing we're going to do is, do we have any speakers on this?
We do not.
So,
Excuse me, board,
yes, go ahead.
we not doing open comments or the?
That we reorg first, yes,
Okay,
and then it will go, then the meeting will actually start with after we reorg. Okay? Does that answer? Okay. All right. So our process will take all nominations in a list and then vote one by one until one candidate receives 4 votes.
I nominate trustee Bullicus for board president.
Okay?
I'd like to nominate trustee Parham.
Okay?
I nominate Eva Jones. I'm not going to accept nomination.
Okay?
I'd like to nominate trustee Castellanos and politely decline the nomination for myself.
Okay. Okay, so we have nominations for trustee Bullicus and myself. I'm assuming that's it from the trustees. Okay. The nominations are now closed. So as they're being, so now we're going to move on to a vote, and we do it in the list of how they were nominated, correct? Is that correct? So the first will be trustee Bullicus. So are we roll calling this? Yes. Okay. Ms. Shmansky, will you take the roll call for? Correct. Correct.
Student board member Pierce,
Abstain.
trustee Bullicus,
Aye.
trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Jones,
No.
trustee Pritchard.
Nay.
Trustee Hannachek.
Nay.
Trustee Parham,
No,
trustee Castellanos.
No. Okay, next nomination would be myself, so we would roll call for trustee Castellanos.
Student board member Pierce,
Abstain.
trustee Bullicus,
Nay.
trustee Davis.
Nay.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard.
Aye.
Trustee Hannachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham,
aye.
trustee Castellanos.
Aye. So that we are now moving forward. I will take the nomination as president for the 2024 school year, and it was passed by a 5-2 vote. Okay, now we are now moving on to vice president, correct? Okay. And any speaker cards on vice president?
There are none.
Okay. All right, so now we're gonna do the exact same thing that we did for president. We're going to take nominations and we'll vote as they come in on the list. So trustees, any nominations for vice president? Trustee Hannachek.
I would nominate trustee Parham. I like the stability.
Okay,
I nominate trustee Jones.
okay. Any other nominees? All right,
I'm going to decline, sorry.
okay. Okay, at this time, I have nominations for the role of board vice president. And we have trustee Parham nominated. So I believe he automatically gets the nomination. Correct? Okay, so trustee Parham will continue to serve as our board vice president. Yes. Correct. Correct. Yes. Okay, go. Go. Okay, we're gonna roll call this vote as well.
Student Board Member Pierce,
Same.
trustee Willikis,
Nay.
trustee Davis,
Jay.
trustee Jones,
Aye.
trustee Pritchard.
Aye.
Trustee Hannachek,
Aye.
trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye. So motion carries 5-2 by roll call vote to elect trustee Parham as board vice president for 23-24 when student board member abstained from the vote. All right, we are now moving on to election of clerk. Do we have any speaker items for election of clerk?
There are none.
Okay. So at this time, just like the previous two nominations, I'm going to take a list for nominations for a role of board clerk.
I nominate trustee Jones.
Okay,
I nominate trustee Hannachek.
okay. Any other nominations? Okay. All right, we're going to start with trustee Jones. We are voting on trustee Jones for board clerk.
Student Board Member Pierce,
Same.
trustee Willikis. Trustee Davis. Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard.
No.
Trustee Hannachek.
Nay.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Nay. So trustee Jones, oh, sorry.
I made a mistake.
Okay,
Nay.
okay. Okay. So we are now, that was a 4-3 vote for trustee Jones. So now we're moving on to vote on trustee Hannachek. The next nomination for board clerk, correct? Correct. 4-3. You. Got it. Okay.
Roll call for trustee Hannachek.
For board clerk, yes.
Student Board Member Pierce,
Same.
trustee Willikis,
Nay.
trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Jones,
Aye.
trustee Pritchard,
Aye.
trustee Hannachek,
Aye.
trustee Parham,
Aye.
trustee Castellanos.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. I'm sorry, trustee Willikis, I missed your vote. Did you say aye?
That was a nay.
Okay, thank you. 5-2. By roll call vote to elect trustee Hannachek as board clerk for 23-24 with abstention from student board member Pierce. Okay, now we are moving on to committees. Any speaker cards on committees?
There are none.
Okay. So I recommend that we reach a consensus on each position, so in order, and then vote on the list as appointments as a whole. Trustees, are you okay with this process? Okay, so the first one in front of you is nominating committee of the Orange County Committee on School District Organization. And there's one trustee that serves and then one alternate. Currently, right now for 2023 was Parham served and trustee Hannachek was the alternate. So any trustees? Trustee Parham?
I'm happy to do that again. It took up exactly 0 hours of my time, so you know, be comfortable.
Okay. Okay. And for alternate, is anybody else interested in serving on the zero time committee?
I always welcome zero time.
Okay, okay. So trustee Hannachek. As alternate, you're okay with that? You're good. Okay. All right, and OCSBA Political Action Group, and we have two trustees, trustee Bollicus and trustee Jones. Served on that for 2023. And they meet, I guess it says October, January, March, and May. Trustee Bollicus and trustee Jones, do you have opinions on that for this year?
Once again, it was zero involvement.
Okay.
Meetings were always the night of our board meetings, so we can't attend no matter what.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay. Do you mind serving on it then? I guess. But I know, I understand. Trustee Jones, any comments?
No, it's fine. There's always a chance they will move to a different day or meet on a Wednesday that is not our board meeting night or something like that. So yeah, no, I'm happy to do it.
Okay, all right. Ad hoc. These have already been kind of laid out based on your city and where you live. I just want to make sure everybody's good with all of that proposed appointments. All the trustees can read it over. You're good with what was written out for you? Yeah. Any questions? No? Okay. Okay, I am going to read it out. City of Aliso Viejo would be myself, trustee Castellanos and Pritchard. City of Dana Point is trustees Hannachek and Pritchard. City of Laguna Niguel is myself and trustee Pritchard and Hannachek. City of Mission Viejo is trustees Bollicus and Jones. City of Rancho Santa Margarita, trustees Bollicus and Parham. San Clemente is trustees Davis and Hannachek. San Juan Capistrano are the trustees Jones and Parham. And then Ladera Ranch Civic Council has trustees Bollicus and Parham.
So I do actually have a question. City of San Juan is pretty much entirely me and trustee Hannachek. I mean, if trustee Parham is interested, he has an extremely small part of the city of San Juan, but I think it makes more sense for the two of us. And then city of Laguna Niguel is primarily, I think, me and trustee Pritchard.
Oh, yes.
Kind of trustee Hannachek's area. So I tend to think that those two need to be swapped. It may just be an clerical error. Is that okay? Are you? Yeah.
So I'm just gonna repeat trustee Jones for Laguna Niguel, it's gonna be yourself added and trustee Hannachek's gonna be taken off, correct? And then for San Juan Capistrano, you're adding trustee Hannachek and suggesting to remove trustee Parham.
Unless trustee Parham would like to stay on.
And you're okay with that change? Okay. Okay. You have the changes? Okay. The next committee is District Restructuring Council, the DRC. We have trustee Davis and then I was the alternate.
It's already.
Okay. Okay. I'm fine. I'm serving as the alternate as well. College and Career Advantage. We have 3 trustees that serve and plus an alternate. So last year was trustee Davis, trustee Jones, and trustee Hannachek. And I guess the alternate was vacant. Oh, it was Parham. Okay, thank you.
I wouldn't mind.
Okay, trustees.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind being a trustee on that board.
And I would like to go off, although I would be willing to be alternate if that was
Okay.
acceptable to everyone else.
I'd like to remain. I would like this. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I think we should consider about rotating that, because I've asked for that for a couple of years. make a particular attention to it, and yes, it's not.
Okay,
So, I would, of course, like to stay on it as well, but if trustee Bullockis would really like to be on, I definitely support, trustee Pritchard and Parham.
Okay.
Of a dean of a community college to sit on that board, where everything is all about articulation. I thank you for doing that, and I know that, Mike has already brought folks from the private sector, to be introduced to our CCA, so if you'd like to serve, Judy, I could step off and you could be alongside these two.
okay.
Or I would like to stay on. There's that too.
I'd like to be on. I also have had some work with the community as well.
It is a daytime meeting, and I suppose it could be moved to evening, but I think we have done it. It's been daytime as long as I've been doing it. Matter of fact, I originally got put on when trustee Alpay could no longer meet during the day. So there's that, but anyway.
Okay,
Well, I'm just gonna add this caveat, I would really like to be on CCA, but, I'd like to see two other trustees step up for CSBA. I don't want to do CPA and CSBA.
okay. And your CSBA doesn't, you don't term out till 2025, but you're ready to be done. Right? CSBA? You're not done till,
Have that opportunity.
okay, just asking.
So if you want to switch out, I'll take this year in. You know, I haven't done it for years, so I would like to welcome that opportunity and then you switch out, like you said.
I would be in agreement with that.
I'm
Okay,
to CSBA, but I was kind of gonna say I'd really like it if trustee Bullockis would stay on. She's been doing it for quite some time and is very knowledgeable and, but I mean, I can't control that. I'm not gonna insist on it, but I would be willing to do it if. Anyway,
well, I know trustee Parham is on it currently, so I don't know if you have an opinion about that.
Well, one, absolutely, Judy has done a fantastic job on it. I think the question is, how critical an organization is this for us? And that's a bigger question for us to talk about. I would support, any of you folks being on it. I would be willing to do it as well, if no one else wanted to do it. But I think it's, the larger question needs to be discussed, whether we should be involved in that group or not. And maybe we can talk about that first, and then,
Can we talk CSBA and come back?
yeah, can we?
Because now we've got.
Yeah, I kind of, that's why I tagged down, because you had some questions, so I thought if we could solve one, maybe we could solve the other one.
And I would say in terms of reorg, you should choose your members of CSBA, and then if we decide not to be members, then those members obviously would have nothing to do, because you would have a zero requirement. But I think we're still under contract with CSBA. Like, we paid our dues through the school year, so we have at least 6 more months coming of belonging to CSBA. And I will say that there is some benefit for staff in belonging to CSBA. So I would say that that's a broader discussion that probably doesn't necessarily need to fit in with reorg, other than knowing that the 2 people who select it, if the board chooses to not re-up CSBA at the end of the year, then those 2 would not have to do anything.
Does that help with anybody? Yes, trustee Jones.
yes, President Castellanos is the only one who isn't fighting to be on any of them.
I have a lot on my plate.
Right. And perhaps one thing that could be proposed is that since there's contention for these, and like year after year, it's like, oh, please, I don't want to do this again. And finally, this year, we have a lot of people wanting to do it, but I'd like to suggest that anybody who takes one of these takes only one, that we don't have anyone who's doing 2 of them, partly because they're both a little bit time intensive, more than any of these other things are, and also because there's a lot of interest. Let's see, we've got 3 on one and 2 on the other. That still leaves one odd person out.
Well, you have an alternate, so
Yeah.
I don't know.
to CSBA?
Did what?
Oh, Amy and Keeler.
Yes, trustee Jones.
If we're gonna go that direction. Well, I'm happy to do that. Yeah, so, and I'm an alternate to you, that was, so that's. Yes.
Well, if I were to stay on, I would just really like an active partner. There's a lot to be said, and we said we can't say it now. What needs to happen for us to have this be a benefit to us? And I am gonna speak to that in my open.
Okay. All right. So do we have let's work on CSBA and I'll go back to CCA. Trustee Hanachek has said she will do it if trustee Bullock has wanted to take CCA. I don't know what.
You know, with the discussion, I think,
Okay.
I would step out. Yeah, I was just trying to be a partner, but
Okay. All right. So we have trustee Bullockis and trustee Parham who are currently on it. Any other interest in CSB and sorry, trustee Jones.
Right, yes, I'm interested in doing it, but I prefer to continue to serve with trustee Bullock.
I don't know.
I feel like she's just got so much experience on it, and I think losing the experience would be really sad before someone else maybe gets up to speed.
I will stay on CSBA to see it through and guide you all in our decision.
Okay. Okay.
So drop my interest in CSBA
Okay.
until next.
Okay. Oh, I love consensus. Thank you.
I'd love to remain in CCA.
Okay, so now we have,
And this year I've been able to do quite a bit of work on that, and I'd like to.
okay, so we have a lot of interest for CCA this year and trustee Parham, trustee Pritchard,
as well.
and trustee Hanachek all want to stay. And no, she just pulled, she just decided she'd stay on CSBA and do CCA next year. And trustee Davis. Okay, well, we have to come to consensus. So.
Well, the CCA position, it is remarkable, and of course, we all are able to go to ribbon cuttings, et cetera. But basically, you are just an arm for the board. And so you bring issues back to the core CUSD board, et cetera. And then I'm sure the meetings can be changed. They don't have a lot of meetings, but I do welcome the opportunity to be the voice of this board on the CCA and continue that work and be representative that way.
Okay. Any other trustees have any opinion you'd like to share? Since there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost.
Well, I mean, just in general, the rationale I have is all the board members have done a fantastic job on it, so it's not really an issue of what their performance. It's just for me personally, I really believe in the mission and I want to learn more about it and add value where I can. And I believe there's some unique situations that I come across in the private industry that may be useful. So that's the only reason.
Okay. So if there are 4 spots and 1 is considered an alternate. So we just need 3 to serve and 1 is willing to serve as the alternate because there are 4 of you. So basically the question is who's willing to serve as the alternate? And I bet you're all going to raise your hand at the same time. Thank you. I think this is so easy.
Well, how does that work in terms of the current president? Because I don't know how that board is running when that term ends versus like CFBA. That's the same.
When is that?
It's the same.
Oh, it's the same. Okay, so it's all aligned.
Parham is the vice president on this board, and maybe you'd like to continue as the alternate on this board, on the CCA board? Just as a thought.
You know, we were talking a little, not talking about it, but trustee Hanachek mentioned stability, and I do think, you know, we have a couple of people who want to do this who've been on it before, and I think that the stability does have value on that board, and I think that the two board members who are on, who want to stay on, I think that's valuable. I've been on practically since I got on the CUSD board, and I do think that the stability of, and one of the Laguna Beach board members has been on it the whole time and years before I even got on. So, and that stability is important for that board as well. So.
No, it's,
Okay, go ahead, trustee.
it's a draw. We should either vote whoever.
I think we should just vote. Because otherwise, if we can't come to consensus with
Then
just
who-
talking it through,
The votes,
you're the alternate.
Yep.
I mean, I don't really know how else to proceed if we just can't really come to a consensus on serving. And no one really, everyone wants to serve and is not interested in alternate. Yes, trustee Jones.
Bell,
Oh,
so it's even more, so.
trustee Jones, go ahead. Oh, did you have a comment? Oh, okay. All right. All right, then let's just vote. And that'll end this quickly. So I'm just gonna, I wrote it down. I didn't write it in order, but I have all the nominations for the board that want to serve is Parham, Hanachek, Pritchard, Jones, and Davis. Is that correct? Not Jones. Sorry. Correct. We just have to find the alternate. Correct. Okay. Let's start with trustee Parham. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Okay, 6-1. We'll go to, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay, 5-2. Okay, trustee Hanachek, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. 6-1. Did you vote, trustee Volkus? I just want to make sure. Yes. Okay. 6-1. Trustee Pritchard. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay. Any opposed? Okay. Okay. 5-2. Oh, you guys are gonna make this easy. Trustee Davis. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Okay, so, what? 3-4. Did you get 3-4? Okay. So trustee Parham, I got a 3-4 vote on that. Trustee Parham, trustee Hanachek, trustee Pritchard will serve on CCA, and trustee Davis will be the alternate. Okay. All right, board policy subcommittee. Now we're moving on to this meets quarterly. Currently trustee Davis and trustee Jones are on board policy subcommittee. Okay. Anything, any ideas from the trustees? Yes.
But I'd like to discuss this and why it exists. And maybe this is a question for staff, but I don't know other districts that have such a subcommittee. And I'm not sure that that's really an appropriate role for a board member to be drafting potential policy. I think that's really the role of staff. So I'm just, maybe we can talk about whether this is an appropriate committee in the first place. And I also want to say that I think the two board members that served on it did a wonderful job. It's not an issue of that. It's just the precedent of should we be drafting our own policy versus having the experts that do that for a living and get paid.
The subcommittee does not draft policy. The idea, and actually, Dr. Presby mentioned this one time, I thought very well, that the idea is that the subcommittee goes through and may bring up issues and then gets the staff drafted policy to the point where they're comfortable with it and then recommends it to the rest of the board. That's basically what that's about. We do not write policy. The subcommittee does not write policy.
Trustee Hannah, go ahead.
Too, I'd actually, we're on this, I had made some notes. I do appreciate the work that you all have done, but it's gotten confusing, and I would like to move all the work into the open, so it's transparent. Obviously, policy guides us in everything that we do. And we have committed to CSBA for helping us with we have to re-up a policy or structure for a new policy. We have very talented superintendent and staff. So the challenge is, if we're actually receiving things that people in some back room have to go over with a fine tooth comb, then we have to ask ourselves why. What's wrong? What's wrong with how we're receiving the material? So I feel like we can go back to a wonderful process that we used to do before we created this policy committee, and then take all your work and put it transparently out in the public. Because I'm fielding too many questions when the people hear policy committee, they're starting to not understand what that is. So I think we can do it all here. It is the collective work of the board. In fact, later on tonight, we have a resolution, and in it talks about succinctly that we are a policy-making body collectively. And so that's what I think we should be doing here together, and everybody can see the process. And so that there's not something being edited or done that we don't know, if that makes sense. And if we're up to it, and you can make a motion, but I think we have to remove it from our existing policy. It's where are my notes? 9100.
I want to know if any other districts do this. I mean, is there a precedent around us of other districts that have such a committee?
I have not pulled all the districts. I don't know. I do know that it is not in every district. No.
Is it in any district?
It could be. I would have to actually search all the surrounding districts to know.
So my question is, I guess specifically to Trustee Hanachek, in what way is this not transparent? The policy comes from staff, and then the subcommittee looks at it and makes suggestions that go back to staff. And they're often questions, and they either accept or reject, and then all of those edits from staff, from everybody come forward marked up. It's 100% marked up. It is 100% transparent. And frankly, I'm a little insulted at the implication that I would be doing anything that was not transparent and was not above board. Or I consider myself an extremely honest person, and I'm insulted at the implication that I'm not.
It's done behind closed doors when every policy is brought to this board. And every policy is navigated through that.
So the challenge is
very transparent.
No, I understand that. And the challenge is, it's not necessarily me and my ideas, it's people listening and understanding policy. And I respect that you guys do amazing work. Why not do it here in the public?
Because it would take hours.
When we try to make a tiny few.
So then why are we receiving product that takes hours for a volunteer or folks that are volunteers? I'm loath to saddle this district with a operating procedure that is dependent upon talented, or maybe in the future not so talented, volunteers to do the pre-work. So that says to me, we spend taxpayers' dollars on CSBA. If you are somehow receiving, or staff is creating something that necessitates your time of hours, then that's a problem for me. I need to understand how our money is being spent. I understand that you do an amazing job. I think you are adept at policy. Absolutely, Gila, and I've seen you do it out here. The challenge is, and even in September's meeting, it went through the policy committee, and then we were editing like crazy. So I think my concern is, main thing is understanding that we have a procedure in this district that brings content to the board, and we all receive that content at the same time with our board packet. We can give input then, especially mays and shalls and colons and semicolons. And then the intent of that policy then is debated out here. The challenge is, well, you just said yourself, I still don't know what editing is done, and I don't really want to have one copy and then that's edited we should all receive it at the same time. And it just got very confusing to folks after September and October especially.
And did you speak to them and explain to them what was going on, or did you?
Well, I actually don't. So Gila, to be honest, I don't really know, because you said that it takes a long time. And I respect that, but my part as a board member where we spend resources, I need to understand, are you editing for that much? Then I would defer back to the superintendent to help us out. If this is truly some cost saving, the challenge is now there's just been, and it has nothing to do with your abilities. I want to see your abilities on display.
It's not about abilities, it's about integrity, and my integrity has been insulted, not my abilities.
Well, I'm sorry that you took it that way. I'm asking for you to have it on display for everyone to see when we do that. It's the collective work of the board. Our resolution says it right here.
Okay, I'm gonna, Trustee Parham, do you have some comments?
No, I just to reiterate that this is not at all a slight on the work that's been performed. It's about the precedent. What if a future board member comes in who's a lawyer and a brilliant wordsmith and tricks us with some policy language that we aren't smart enough to figure out?
Well, that's on us.
It is
But
on
it
us.
goes back to
This shouldn't be our job.
We are a board that makes.
This should not be our job. We're
After-
supposed to be at 80,000
But
people.
after the subcommittee makes suggestions, it goes back to staff, because we only suggest in the Google Doc. We do not make changes, we only suggest. And, you know.
Would it not be that all trustees can make those suggestions in the Google Doc? Like, it doesn't have to be a specific subcommittee that makes suggestions in the Google Docs, that every
I
trustee.
think that would make it difficult. If you guys want me to edit it from the dais, that's fine. But every single policy is gonna take hours to go through, I'm telling you.
And we
Because that's
can't-
why we started this.
But we can't expect a volunteer board member in the future to abide by that integrity, frankly.
We all, I mean, I think you do an amazing job at it, Gila, 100%, but what about when you're not here one day and the next person that fills this seat? Is this the role that they're gonna be willing to take on? If there are districts that are doing it differently, but it's better, then that's all I want us to look at. That's it.
And if that happens, I think the policies will not be as good, because a lot of what I do is I look for logical progression in the text. And sometimes it's not logical. There's something that says here and then it's said down there, and it's all over the place. And the policies are much better and more clear. And I do it for our employees. I do it for the public, because and I think that anybody who has worked with me on this, I think Dr. Presby can say, they are better afterwards because they make more logical sense because of how I go through them. Yes, they won't be as good. Now, I also have to say that there have been a couple policies that got pulled back by staff because I saw them and realized that they were violations of ed code. Now, I don't think we have any staff that would make that mistake now. But I know enough about ed code, and I go and I check the ed code, that doesn't happen.
But what if
Again,
not here?
exactly. Again, not saying anything about you personally, nothing about you personally, just looking at the longevity of the committee.
It's not about
Said
that.
that if you like me to step down, I'm happy to step down and someone else.
No, that's not
That's-
how I feel.
I think any of us should have. That's why I think the whole committee should go. Because we need a consistent basis for developing our policy. And that's what we pay.
Well, then let's go ahead
employees
and
for.
get rid of the policy, the subcommittee, and we'll do it from there.
Yeah. and that's what
well-
we're to do it from the guys.
And I appreciate that. Then we'll all see that. See, we haven't seen that. So it means.
Comes in the red line, you do
No,
see
we-
it.
Gila.
Comes in the red line.
Relax, just.
I guess my question I would pose to you would be, could we try it? I haven't seen it any other way since I've served on this board, so I mean,
I have a question.
yes, go ahead.
Somewhere along the line, I got confused. I thought we had already decided board policy subcommittee was gonna continue as Davis and Jones, and it was songs that we were.
No, we hadn't gotten past board policy yet, so. Yeah. Yes, it does. That's why, yes, go ahead.
Yes, so at some point, this board added the board policy subcommittee to their reorganization board policy 9100, which means it is in existence.
When was it added?
It's on the.
Longer than I have been here, I'll say that. Predates me. So any change to the reorg policy would require this board to take official action to not staff the group and then to direct staff to rewrite board policy 9100 to exclude in the future. So you'd be basically doing both of those items. Right now, in reorg, as is, you're determining who sits on it.
Well, I would actually, that's the motion I would make, is to remove it. Not if we remove it.
Not if we remove not if we remove the committee.
The committee, that policy is not agendized tonight. You can't do it tonight.
What's that? Okay,
Yeah, you could vote to not put anybody on the committee if you thought you were moving that way, or you can put people on the committee and then remove the committee from existence in the future.
Yeah, because otherwise this relates back to CSBA,
yeah,
Yes.
same thing.
same thing.
So I
Okay.
think, I would like to ask the superintendent, I think my concern is here is what product are we receiving, right? And so, that it would be so, not ready for prime time, right? That a volunteer is going through it with a fine tooth comb. So I think I need to understand that whether we keep them on the policy committee now and get rid of it, I think I'm gonna really understand process and make sure that what we're paying for, if it's coming from CSBA and their templates, is not going through the red hen. And then with our talented staff, because I want to set up something with longevity, as trustee Parham has said, that isn't dependent upon a volunteer board member. So whatever that can look like if we bring this back for discussion, need to understand that.
I have I guess a question to trustee Hendrick in terms of whether you believe when CSBA puts forward a policy that that's what we should incorporate. Because we have an example right now in curriculum with 4161-1 in regards to parent permission for any R-rated movies being shown in the classroom. It was over 20 years old. And so the team went and looked to try and find the policy. Finally, we went from the attorney, paid for the attorney, Sarah, who then found in Los Angeles and Santa Barbara, because CSBA's was the worst. And so then they cut and paste the two, brought it together, and that's what they're going to be bringing forward when it's ready. So I am not a big advocate of always cutting and pasting CSBA. We have to make it our own.
I think that's to the earlier discussion about the CSBA, our commitment that we pay quite a sizable amount of money. So you just kind of confirm why we need to have that discussion.
So I want to make a suggestion here. I think tonight we staff the committee and we move forward. And if trustee Jones and trustee Davis are willing to continue to serve, I don't know, that's what we need to decide right now. And then have a discussion. Obviously, there's a lot of opinions about this. And we can talk about the policy and how to move forward at a later time. But right now, I want to just staff it. And we can figure out.
Just to reiterate my support for all the work that you guys have done, I would move the both of you meeting on the policy.
Okay.
And I would move that, but I think we should reevaluate.
We look at it, yeah.
And I would like to canvass, see what they do. I don't want to rely on CSBA for more than we want to, but the whole point is for staff who is skilled at this to go through all of these things with fine tooth comb before we see it, not to rely on us to do that. So so my motion is that trustees Jones and Davis are on that committee for another period.
Okay, so trustee Jones, trustee Davis, are you okay with serving on that committee?
Yes, but I do want to make one more comment, and that is that the policies that the subcommittee has looked at are almost never or that any substantial changes are made to are almost never CSBA policies. I think the most recent one was the graduation policy, which is strictly an internal policy.
Okay.
And there have been some having to do with HR that are, again, strictly internal. Yeah, there may be the occasional small changes that have been suggested on CSBA policies, but CSBA policies don't come as whole cloth anyway. We pick and choose paragraphs from what CSBA comes up with. So, but it is very rarely a CSBA policy that gets anything more than a cursory look by the subcommittee. It's the local policies that
You're really looking at.
almost 100%.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Just one more comment forward.
Uh-huh.
Colleen Hayes was taking on the responsibility. She had been wanting to work on the policies for a long time, and our former superintendent, she just never seemed to have the time. And then that was supposed to be her goal last year, and we had great transition and all. So another example is when I was up in Sacramento for CSBA 2 years ago, and looking at what the reimbursement is for mine to eat and take a taxi to the hotel and back. That policy hadn't been changed in 22 years. Well, do you think the prices went up on food, you know, eating at a restaurant and all? And so it was updated. So like I say, we might just want to start and say any policy that's, you know, more than 20 years old, we probably should look at it because things are different today. So there's probably a lot of work in our policies. And Colleen found that to be so I would just like to say, Superintendent, if you talk to Colleen and get some input from her in terms of path.
Serendipitous discussion, I believe, last week before I left for San Francisco. Ms. Hayes and I sat down and went through a matrix of what are policies that are the oldest and which ones might need to be refreshed. And so there's a timeline for the next few years of policies to look at with this board for updating, refreshing, as well as, you know, to meet the changing needs of our students.
Thank you, Trustee Polakis. Trustee Davis, you didn't chime in, but I'm assuming you're okay staying on that committee. Looks like I hear none. Okay, songs.
Yeah.
Our last, and we vote at the very end for all the committee. Songs. Any interest in serving? 2023 was former trustee Martha McNicholas, but we haven't had anybody.
That's the nuclear power plant.
Yeah,
Happy to do it.
okay. Any other interest? No?
You need an alt.
Okay. Okay. There you go.
I mean, obviously, Martha McNicholas is passing on board every year, did we just not vote on some of that?
The superintendent has,
Yeah, we were not represented on the songs committee for the past year plus, and so the songs committee is now having another CUSD board member serve.
on that commission. Okay, at this time, I need a motion to approve the trustee participation on our committees.
So moved.
Okay, moved by trustee Hanachek,
Second.
seconded by trustee Parham. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 7-0 to approve the selection of trustee participation on various committees with a preferential vote of aye from the student board member Pierce. Okay. At this time. I'm good. All right, superintendent comments for this evening.
Give everyone just a second to change gears as we enter the regular open session meeting. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the final board meeting of 2023, although I have a hard time thinking of it that way since it's only the fifth board meeting, and so final one will be in June. I want to begin tonight by thanking all of our students and parents and guardians and community members who've really engaged with us over the past 5 months, mainly my superintendent forums and the first of our school safety briefing forums that was held at Don Juan Avila Middle School, our PTA meetings. I've met with multiple PTA families, the CUC PTSA, the PTSA Ledge group, The principals have their coffee chats and all the other ways that the school sites have really created opportunities to engage directly with our school community. So there's a lot of opportunities for the community members to engage with our schools. And so I really want to thank everybody who took advantage of those opportunities between July and now. You know, we believe as a district that partnership and collaboration with our community and with our parents are critical to the overall success of our district and our students. And as we prepare to enter 2024, and in the months that lead to the end of the school year, you can be assured that we're going to continue to open up opportunities like our forums, like our safety chats, coffee chats, morning chats in different venues to have different community members and parents have an opportunity to engage with staff, both at the site level and at the district level. For example, one of these opportunities is to attend the CUSD safety briefing. So the next one will be in January. And these briefings will outline our daily safety programs, our protocols, the law enforcement partnerships that we have, and they'll detail the next steps that we're undertaking as we continue to do our school safety site audits. And if you really are interested in this and you want to interact with Mr. Gendra, the full schedule of the safety briefings is available on the website at capousd.org. I've also spent a lot of time visiting our sites over the last 6 months. I've not quite gotten to all of them yet, but I believe I've done, I think between sites and community engagements, something like 100 visits in the last 3 months. And I've really enjoyed meeting our incredible teachers, our classified staff, and the administrators that have taken me around and showed me all of the highlights of their schools and everything that their kids are capable of doing. And in addition, we're doing a few other things to really try and help our employees interact with the district office as well. So Monday night, we held our first annual CUSD employee open house at the New Heart Steam Building. We had about 100 employees come out and enjoy holiday treats and interact with a couple of trustees, Trustee Jones and Trustee Bullicus, as well as myself. We had multiple principals there. We had multiple members of district executive staff there. And we had substitute teachers there and paraeducators and everybody else. So it was really a great way just to, you know, enjoy the time of year and think back on what's going on and a chance for everyone to meet and interact. You know, we're a huge employer. We have 5,200 employees. So the more opportunities we can make for our employees to interact with each other, not just professionally, but in a setting that's low stress and low anxiety is a good thing for our staff. We'll have another one at Dana Hills High School tomorrow night. So another opportunity, we tried to spread them out across the community so that employees didn't have to drive from one side to the other if they wanted to go to this open house, but we tried to locate them a little centrally. And finally, as we prepare to kind of finish out December and finish out 2023, I want to remind our families and students that school attendance is important. So you're gonna have 2 weeks off for winter break, but let's make sure we're in school every day between here and then and to get the maximal learning that we can get between now and the end of 2023. And of course, all of our sites have amazing holiday celebrations going on. So I suggest that everybody look at what their sites are doing and get a chance to go out and experience the students performing. For example, I think on December 13th in the evening, I'll be at San Juan Hills High School watching their orchestral performance. So anything you can do to get out and celebrate with the students at their sites. You'll notice we purposely didn't necessarily bring celebrations here because we really want the celebrations to be at the sites. We really want the kids to perform at the sites. The sites are the centers of what we do. And so with that, I hope you all have a wonderful last few weeks for staff. I know it's going to be a busy last few weeks, trying to cram everything in before kids go away for 2 weeks. For kids, you're going to be having a lot of things crammed in for learning. So I hope you be here every day and take advantage of that, and then have a restful winter break, spend time with friends, spend time with family. And then we'll see all of you in January of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, any comments tonight? Trustee Bullicus, did you?
Well, I'll just give a very quick, brief report in my spending last week in San Francisco for the California School Board Association as a delegate. There was a main topic and it was called mental health. And they had sent out, they had started a couple of years ago, something that's called the Policy Pillars, which I felt years ago, it was one of the best parts of convening with CSBA, my fellow colleagues across the state. And we split out into 4 committees. There was strengthen local governance, secure fair funding, which is one I opted for, improve conditions for children, and ensure achievement for all. While they're all very important, we now return to these committees that we've served on, and this time it was on mental health. And so I took the opportunity to meet with counselors in the high schools and middle schools before I went. We kind of actually had an assignment where they told us come prepared with what are the top 2 to 3 mental health issues surfacing in your regions. what strategies and or approaches are working given the current funding and opportunities? And third, what are the lingering challenges in addressing those issues from the perspective of your policy pillar? So I have to say, while we've now heard a little bit of discussion about CSBA, if we stay with CSBA, I really want us to become a more active voice. CSBA, it stands for Representing School Board Members. And I don't like to attend meetings, bring things forward, and then we don't ever hear if they do anything about it. One of the issues throughout the whole conference was coming up with, we can't allow any more local control taken away from us. And yet CSBA was the last to get on board with AB 1078, supporting that their school boards, that's who they are, would continue to have local control. So it was very, very frustrating. And they have a new vice president that was voted in that I think is going to become the same old business. So a little frustrated with that, but the best part that I would love to share with you is just like within our schools, with our students, teachers, peer groups, our administration, we've got some great minds. And I love getting together with colleagues. There were great recommendations. We learned about what was working in other areas. I was taking notes, I couldn't write fast enough. I wish I had a shorthand. And I've come back and I've shared with Dr. Brown, and I am sharing with the counselors who I met with, and will be with district staff in terms of sharing these great ideas that other schools have had that have worked for them. They might be programs, they might just be simple ideas, but things that we can do. And the two main words throughout was anxiety and depression. So I have to say to parents who continue to come to our board meetings and say, just focus on arithmetic, just focus on English and forget all this mental health. How do you educate a student and have them reach their potential when they have issues that they can't focus on their academics? This is our challenge, and it was enlightening that across the state there was so much similarities and subtle differences. So I want to leave you with two thoughts, and especially as we enter into the winter break. One of the things that was brought up that is working for several schools is getting the kids engaged. They lack connectedness. And how are they doing it? I loved it. They're doing a lot of civic work. You know, when you go outside your comfort zone and you give and you serve, it helps you grow and it helps you appreciate. And I'm proud to say, and I know there's a lot of schools doing their pajama collections, you know, through the holidays, and are doing a lot of good out in the community. And one, because Nadine at Newhart Middle School had attended the CATA activity, California Activity Directors Association's convention that several of us had attended last 2 summers ago. She came back and she's working with her ASB and PAL students, and reached out to me to say, hey, Judy, do you know in town any of our servicemen and women that we would like to make stockings for the holidays and give it to our servicemen and women? And so for the city of Mission Viejo, we have a Marine battalion that they have adopted, and those kiddos are putting together as many stockings as they can. And they're really into it, and it just gives them an outlet. So my message is throughout the winter holiday, where there's an opportunity and you can encourage your kids to get involved and really having that connectedness. Maybe you're traveling and maybe you're at families and you're out of town. I would encourage, and some kids it's harder than others, but encourage them to go and have a conversation with Uncle Joe or Grandma Judy. And have your kids learn about their heritage. What did they experience when they were kids? And really get a connection with family and building the family connection. It helps build their self-esteem, and then they can go out and engage with others. So a lot of good things that happened that I'll be sharing, and that would be the reason I would want to stay with CSBA, so I can stay connected with all these wonderful other creative, innovative colleagues, and I can share with what CUSD is doing here. So that is the closing of my comments. I just want to say Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, everybody.
Okay, trustees, trustee Jones.
Some of you may be aware of the recent passing of San Clemente High School Assistant Principal, Dr. Kat Nolan. She was a great lady, and I think everybody's going to miss her. Kat's family is hosting a funeral mass a week from tomorrow, Thursday, the 14th. It's at 11 in the morning at the Mission Basilica. And I'd like to ask the board to adjourn tonight in Kat's memory. But a far happier note, I want to wish all our community members and families and staff members a wonderful holiday season. Whatever you celebrate, this is a special time with most of us, when most of us get together with family and friends, share food and fun. But even if you don't celebrate, you probably have some time off. So have fun. Don't eat too much and relax, and we will see you again in 2024.
Okay, trustee Parham.
I want to reiterate a lot of what Judy mentioned about the CSBA meeting that I was able to attend as well. And although it's not on the agenda, we'll talk about it another time. It's a worthwhile experience once a year. They also include a trade show with a lot of vendors related to education. It's called AEC. And I found that to be very helpful. You get to see a lot of the different companies that are providing services to districts across the state. You get to rub shoulders with folks you know from across the state and other school districts. And I think it's a critical format for staff to be able to see what other folks are doing. And I think that for that alone, it's worth the once a year venture. And I also agree that CSBA dropped the ball politically this year with 1078. And I think that's their whole job, is to protect school board autonomy to some extent. And, you know, the fact that they came in late to that one and let it go, it surprises me. So they are a policy organization, and unfortunately they rubber stamp a lot of what the rest of the education community agrees to. And I think that's misguided. It doesn't necessarily reflect, you know, our communities. So we'll talk about that another time, but there were a lot of wonderful discussions and presentations, learned a lot of things. Mental health, certainly there's the different pillars that Judy mentioned, but also some table talks, you know, hearing how other states are dealing with active gun shooter situations. You know, some of the ugly stuff that you don't really want to confront. Well, you know, I sat in listening on how certain districts handled XYZ when it happened. And that was eye-opening and important for me to understand, because we will need to be discussing some of these things going forward. So there's a lot of value there. Now, on a much lighter note, I also want to thank our esteemed President Castellanos for the year, this past 12 months serving as our president. And I think Trustee Castellanos served with grace and patience and fairness, and for all of the board members here. And I think that's the role of president. And I think she deserves this gift that has been packaged and purchased by someone who's much better at that than me. On behalf of the board, I want to thank you for your role. You know, hopefully you won't become a dictator for life with this another 12 months, but I look forward to the next 12 months.
Big word, strategy. Oh, it's my own gavel. There you go. I don't know if I need a mini gavel, but okay. I guess so, right? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Trustee Hamchick, did you have comments?
Quick, I thank you, Gila for bringing up Kat. That's a huge, huge loss. I hope everybody holds their loved ones tight this holiday. The Hanacheks will be adding a new loved one, got a wedding coming up, so we're growing our very small family, we're getting a little bit bigger. So all of you, wishing all of you a healthy and happy holiday.
Trustee Davis?
I also want to, share my love for Kat Nolan. She is just one of the best humans out there. She cared very deeply about every student at St. Cloud High School. And I can share a lot of personal time with her, and she's missed. She will be forever missed. She had a way of connecting with everyone. I'm sure that Tyler could attest to that as well. My children, when I shared with them, we had a lot of fun stories to talk about. I remember hearing her, she's a cancer survivor, and she basically had a club for students that were cancer survivors are going through any of that. And she just had such a beautiful way of showing love and kindness to everyone that she was ever in contact with. And she had during COVID, she had little videos with her animals, and it's just good fun. So I think she will very happily appreciate everyone's kind thoughts for her family and her, and she will never be forgotten. I also want to wish everyone a happy Hanukkah, a happy Kwanzaa, and a very Merry Christmas. And I appreciate all the work at CUSD from everyone from the top to the bottom, crossing around, and the work that's done, because education is critically important, and I'm grateful to be part of it.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly say thank you. With the year 2023 coming to an end, I think it's a time for reflection, and maybe as I get older, the years get harder. I don't know, or faster. I will say that the years go faster. But this board had a huge decision to make this year, and we came together through consensus, and we worked as a team, and we found an amazing leader to move this district forward. And I appreciate all of you and the work that you put in this year, because that process isn't easy, as you all know. And so I really appreciate everybody coming together and working for the students of CUSD, because that's really what it is all about. And so with that, happy holidays. Thank you. Student Board Member Pierce, I don't want to forget.
Thank you. As we approach halfway of the year, that means that winter break is almost 2 weeks away. And I feel like I can safely say that me and probably all students are excited. And for the past week, a few fellow students, including myself, had the amazing experience of attending St. Cloud High School's Model Congress trip to Yale University. And as one of few public schools there, and the only school from the West Coast, my personal takeaway was profound and reassuring. On campus, I saw this quote that resonated with me, and the moment I saw it, I knew that I wanted to share it here tonight. I wasn't able to find the original author, but it reads that diversity is having a seat at the table. Inclusion is having a voice, and belonging is having that voice heard. And this embodies the essence of what I strive to be as a student advisor this year. Diversity, inclusion, and belonging for all students. And specifically during this conference, we engaged in deep discussions on current events. Coincidentally, one of the more prominent topics of discussion was based on public education, mainly in America. And in short, the overarching idea or consensus was that through many well-rounded, very inspiring fellow students, it was clear that inclusivity and representation within our education system are vital. And that alone made me so happy to be a part of my generation, due to the fact that many of us are able to identify and pose ideas on how to tackle these daunting issues that we face. And while the conference was run by Yale students and it was hypothetical, the issues that we discussed were very prominent today in America. The politicalization of education is a national concern, and it's not just a reality recognized by me, but recognized by every single student I talked to at the conference. We all must recognize that this board is here to serve students, not personal or political agendas. The heart of public education lies in respecting, upholding the Board of Education's purpose, which is prioritizing the well-being and future of students across the nation. And in order to ensure that, we must start here in this room on the board. And being here tonight at what some can consider the heart of public education, I feel as though I needed to share this here tonight. And that concludes my opening statement.
Thank you. I know. Thank you, Student Board Member Pierce. Okay, we are now moving on to oral communications. The total time for oral communications is 20 minutes. Individual presentations are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes per individual, but could be less if there are a large number of speakers. Okay. Here.
We have 14 speakers, so per board policy, we can allow 1 minute per speaker.
Okay. Okay. You can go ahead and start calling.
I'll call the first 10 speakers up. So we have Sarah Phillips, Candace, Luca, Ross, Pam, Lisa H, Michelle Morgan, Jean, Norma Rojas, Julie Isola, and Delia Cruz. Speaker, you can go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Sarah and I'm a parent of 2 in the district. I'm a product of CUSD and so is my mom. And I'm also an educator in another OC district. I'm grateful for the education my children receive. So a shout out to the teachers at Truman Benedict and Bernice Sires Middle School. Both schools have exceptional staff. I especially appreciate our school libraries and the paraeducators running them. A special thanks to Julie Isola at BAMS. My daughter has found a home in her library. To all the staff and teachers of Capo, keep up the good work with our kids and happy holidays.
Thank you.
Voice of OC and Chapman University published an article last month on school board transparency, which states that all Capo trustees are in compliance with the law on their campaign donation disclosures, with the exception of Lisa Davis, who has failed to submit this information for the last 2 years. She also has a number of complaints on record regarding the timing and accuracy of her 2020 disclosures. The article also references pending litigation against Mary Barkey, president of OC Board of Ed, for failing to disclose $14 million of income. Incidentally, Mary Barkey has attended multiple Capo board meetings and in fact spoke in support of Trustee Davis's failed notification policy at our October 18th meeting. Her family is also heavily invested in charter schools in Orange County using politicized curriculum in publicly funded schools. And in related news, OCBE continues to approve these charter schools one after the other. School board transparency is imperative to prevent corruption and maintain the integrity of public education. As publicly elected officials, your constituents are entitled to full disclosure. Thanks to all of you who are upholding these obligations, and if you are not, pay the price in November.
Good evening. On Friday, December 1st, Trustee Cassiano, Jessica Guy, and I met with Senator Newman, who sits on the Education Committee in Sacramento at his Fulton office. We discussed the financial instability in California education system and how LCFF is failing all California students, not just Capistrano. We also discussed the issue of declining enrollment and the unfairness of ADA and versus enrollment-based funding. Senator Newman suggested we actually bring those questions to some of his colleagues, including how does the 4th largest economy in the world fail to fund education adequately, and why haven't California Democratic governor and Democratic controlled Senate effectively addressed the education issue that they campaigned on? I have no idea, but we will meet to formulate a potential solution and present it to the senator, and we'll keep you updated. Thank you.
I first of all want to thank all the board members for your contribution to the school district. It's appreciated. And I want to start by another way, though, in acknowledging Trustee Davis and Trustee Bullocks for the support of the Parental Rights Act, trying to not allow the government-run public schools to make the life-changing decisions for our children. Thank you for supporting that notification policy. And I know it did not pass, but thank you for your support. To the remaining board members, I respectfully believe that you have read with due diligence all the material that's out there. And you've listened to the countless hours and the countless parents who have come up and the children also. And and especially that you've listened to the numerous controversial data in the last months.
Thank you, Speaker.
Whoa.
May I ask the speakers to state their name before you speak?
What?
May I ask you to say your name before you speak? Say your name.
Oh, Lisa H. What is a GSA? Does anybody know? It's a gender and sexuality ally, and they're touted as grassroots support groups for LGBT and TQ kids organizations, but they are actually astroturf. They are boots on the ground, indoctrinating kids into transgender ideology under the guise of inclusivity clubs or something along those ilk. Do you have any idea who the GSA operatives are in CUSD? Please find out. Please check with your counselors first. Probably the woman that wrote the email that Shan gave you last week. Skip the rah-rah reports next time and please tell us who the GSAs are. They're promoted by and funded by the National Education Association, Planned Parenthood, and the Human Rights campaigns. And I'm sure the 5 of you up here, your campaigns were as well. And we'll be able to FOIA that. Please put the parental notification back on the agenda, or you 5 can resign. Thank you.
Michelle Morgan. 2 months ago, this Board of Trustees was asked to protect parental rights by establishing a strong and clear policy to support active parent engagement in their children's education. Despite the pleas of parents and a couple of common sense trustees, this board chose not to do so and instead chose to remain silent. Last month, many of us spoke out in opposition to your decisions. Interestingly, a father of 4 called those of us in favor of parental notification veiled bigots. Accusations of bigotry seem to be a catchphrase for all those who don't agree with you, and the hopes to silence us. Well, it's not working and we're back and we aren't going away. Previously, I emailed this board an in-depth data to support the need for parental involvement, specifically in the area of catastrophic health choices being made by children. Tonight, I am providing photos of children who have been permanently maimed or irreversibly harmed by the immature choices you support. I've also included a list of life-altering issues impacting kids who take hormone-disrupting drugs. How do we get to this place? Why are educators focusing on this?
Our next speaker is Dean.
Hello, board. We're not done with our requests to have parents informed of issues that involve the proper uprooting of our children. It's called parenting. It's not the school's job to take what is best discussed between parent and child into the classroom. Look at how aggressively our schools have gone to usurp the role of parents. For example, the sexualization of our children. You've gone from requiring an opt-in policy for sexual education to now an opt-out policy, which parents hardly even know. Comprehensive sex education is deemed to be taught in an age-appropriate format. Who determines what is age appropriate? Gender confusion is built into curriculum, and sexually perverse books are found in our school libraries. Much of this comes down through the state mandates. How can a parent reject sexualization influence of our schools? It is for our sake.
Thank you, Speaker. Our next speaker.
And the children.
Rojas.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Norma Rojas. I work at San Juan Hills High School. I've been with CUSD for 16 years. I'm a classified employee. I am here to ask you to please opt in to classified school employee summer assistant program to help classified employees like me during the summer. District like ours can opt in the state-funded program that allows classified employees to save money for the summer. That is then matched dollar to dollar by the state. As we all know, most of the classified employees in our district, like myself, don't have income from USD for the summer, which impact us greatly economically. It is really hard for us to pay our monthly bills, and we have to sacrifice a lot just to get through those tough months. So with that, please give us a support. We really would need, and you guys can make a great, big difference in our lives. Thank you.
Julia Isola, Delia Cruz, Linda Haddock, Bonnie Baramco, Diego Ortega, and Barb Hahn. First one is Julia Isola. Next one is Julia Cruz. Next one is Linda Haddock.
Hi, my name is Linda Haddock, and I'm at the ATP as classified employee. And I'm here to ask the board to opt into the classified school employee summer assistance program to help people like me during the summer. I mean, we don't get paid in the summer, so we're kind of struggling. The district can opt into this, and it's the state sponsored, so it matches dollar for dollar, at least right now, for what you save. And I personally don't understand why that can't be put in, and would like it to be put on the agenda. It would help my family tremendously. I've got a special needs son. It would help me get him into programs to get the best he can, be the best, person he can be. He needs help, but he's working on it. Anyway, please consider it. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Bonnie Bayramkul, and I'm an 11-year CUSD classified employee and Palisades Union site rep. I'm asking that during negotiations, you approve the CSESAP state-funded summer savings matching funds program for classified employees. Our amazing state of California has set aside $90 million in a fund to financially help us during summer school closures when we don't receive a paycheck. Classified employees will have the ability to put aside up to 10% of each paycheck, and the state funds will match it, allowing us to exhale during summer. 100% of my school site members are requesting we have this opportunity. This program will help retain current employees and incentivize new applicants to seek employment with the district. We are in an absolute critical shortage of CUSD classified employees, and this program could be the solution.
Good evening, board. My name is Diego. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I just wanted to, like these other classified employees, have spoken about CSAP, the California School Employees Summer Assistance Program. I would like to urge you as well to adopt the program. Like they said, the state matches dollar for dollar, roughly, I want to say about like 96 cents to the dollar at this point. There's, heightened interest in the program at the moment. And as far as, the capacity of the district to be able to accommodate that, I think it's reasonable that they could do so. By our estimates, it should come out to about 0.0006% of the 2023-24 approved budget. So I would just like to urge you guys to opt into the program. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Barbara Hahn. I'm a 26-year employee of the district. I also had 2 children that went through our district, but I want to greet Dr. Brown, trustees, Advisor Pierce. Classified employees are the backbone of Capistrano Unified. However, many struggle financially and work 2 or 3 jobs just to get by. Summers without a paycheck are extremely difficult for classified employees who work less than 12 months. That's why in 2018, California legislators created the Classified School Employee Summer Assistance Program. This program allows eligible low-wage employees to set aside a portion of their pay during the school year to receive summer paychecks. The state then matches their savings. $90 million is allocated for this fund. Tustin, Unified, and Garden Grove do participate in this program, which those are districts that are comparable to ours.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I'd like to present you with the signatures that we have for this program.
Bring them. Thank you. Okay, we are now moving on to discussion action items. Our first one is 13A, student attendance data and practices. At this time, I'd like to recognize Dr. Merwin, Associate Superintendent of Ed.
I mean, before we go on, could staff on to the C staff and tell us whether this is part of the CSEA negotiations this year? I believe they would have to request that it be a negotiated item. Have they requested that?
Hold on 1 second. Go ahead, Dr. Brown. Oh, you want it? Okay. Okay.
Participation in this classified employee summer program is not negotiable. The board can agree to do it. What we have put on for negotiations is the fiscal impact that we will work with CSEA. While the state does provide the matching funds, the district is still responsible for the statutory matching of those district funds. And then the employee or the staff need to monitor the program because there are specific qualifications. Even for employees that are not 12 months, there could be an earning limit that would make them ineligible for the program. So those are the things that we will discuss with CSE at the negotiations table in December 20th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Merwin.
Hey, thank you very much, President Castellanos. Staff presents item 13A, student attendance data and practices. We are joined this evening by two very special guests. You know, all of you are special. Right? We have two others that are here. We have Principal Gretchen Fleming from Concordia Elementary School and Principal Michael Kim from Frederick Garfield School. During this presentation, we will have an opportunity to hear from both of our esteemed principals regarding the strategies they use to increase student attendance at their schools. And we are very excited to make this presentation for you. And I will, with pleasure, hand it over to Dr. Brown, our fearless superintendent, who's going to start the presentation.
Next slide, please. So, kind of like we started last board meeting, this idea of presenting outcome data as we go along through the year, and so we can get an idea of what's going on in our district. And a lot of the data we're presenting throughout the year is tied to broad district goals as well as the state dashboard in terms of how the district and sites in the district are ranked. So one of the things that we hear about, and Trustee Bullock and I heard more about this again at CSBA, is attendance and the impact that COVID had or the pandemic had long-term on attendance. That's even, we're 3 years out now, we're still talking about attendance. And so what we wanted to look at is how does our attendance compare to sort of coming back from COVID as well as pre-COVID numbers. So what you see in this first graph is the average attendance for students in 3 years. So we looked at 2019, so November, we looked at just the November month, right? So comparing November to November to November. So November of 2019, pre-COVID, to November of last year to November of this year. And so what you can see is pre-COVID, the district total for November was about 96.7% attendance. For TK5, it was 96.77. For middle schools, it was a little higher at 97.2. And then for high schools, a little lower. And that's a trend that we've seen year over year over year, sort of pre-COVID. Post-COVID, you can see the orange bar. There's quite a dip in average daily attendance for our students at all levels. So this wasn't just something that hit one level, elementary students, middle school students, and high school students as well. And then we've really focused on it this year. And we really have worked with our sites to encourage students to understand that it's critical to be at school and to encourage our parents, right? Because when we talk about TK5 attendance, those kids don't drive themselves to school, right? So when they're not there, we need to work with families to make sure we're getting kids there. And there's a pretty strong link between attendance and learning. So we want to make sure that our students are at school as much as possible. And I know that our a student board member was talking about how much everyone's looking forward to a winter break. But that's because they're working really hard in school every day, right? They're going home mentally exhausted. And actually the results from this year have been very encouraging. You can see that we're up. We're not back to our pre-COVID levels, but we have recovered a lot compared to last year at this time. So in November of this year, the overall district average is up, as well as the TK5 middle school and high school averages are all up. And once again, our middle school kids, kudos to our middle schools, because they're attending at a slightly higher rate than their elementary and high school brethren. So when you get back to San Clemente Town, let's get those high school kids to catch up. You know, the middle school kids outperform the high school students in attendance. So this just gives us a kind of apples to apples comparison looking at just November. Next slide, please. And so then we want to look at kind of improvement, just so, you know, this is for your own edification, but this idea of how much of it has it changed in terms of attendance. And it's about 1% up. And when you realize you're talking about 40-something thousand students for 20 school days in the month of November, a 1% change in attendance is equivalent to a lot of students in a lot of class. So this is not insignificant when we look at overall 1.5% increase, and then 1.84 at our elementaries, and then you see 1.6 at our K8s, 1.6 again at our middle schools, and about 1% at our high schools. Next slide, please. So we wanted to highlight one of the things that I've spoken to each of you about is one of the reasons we look at data is to find examples of best practice, right? So if we've got a site that's really doing something and getting good results, we want to figure out what that is and how can we share that. So my presentation today is very, very short because I really want to turn it over to the principals, no pressure principals. But to talk about some of the things they've done. So when we look at, you know, we've seen increases across the board, but some of our schools have actually seen larger increases than their peers. So in the TK5s, we see that Castile has done great, Las Flores as a K8, Newhart as a middle school, and Tesoro as a high school. So we asked some of our principals to come in and share what's going on at their sites, right? Because it's a good thing to see the data, but it's much more important to know what are we doing that's getting the result we're getting. Next slide, please, Corey. Yeah. And so you can see some more, again, most improved attendance. So again, we looked at two things. Remember, so last time, if you remember from last month, when I talked about data, I said, when we look at data, there's two things to look at. There's overall achievement level. So the previous slide was really highest attendance, and that matters. But what also matters is biggest change, right? Most growth. I mean, if you have the highest attendance, but you've always had the highest attendance, that's great. But if you have the second highest and you used to have the lowest, that's impressive as well, right? And so we also look at where do we see some improvement. So not surprisingly, you see some of the same schools on here, right? The schools that have the highest this year are also some of the schools that are most improved. So again, this is just really me gratuitously celebrating our schools and our principals that have done a lot of hard work. But the numbers themselves are less relevant than the work that's being done at the sites. So I would like to invite our principals up to really talk about what are they doing at their schools. And they're just an example of some of the best practice we have that's helping to increase attendance and then to answer any questions from the board. So I don't know if the principals have an order they would like to go in. Rochambeau for it.
Go elementary first.
All right, elementary first. Here we go.
All right.
Thank you.
So for Concordia Elementary, we're very, very proud of our improvement that we've made this year. So as a school, we began communication with families about attendance by providing data to show our attendance rates in comparison to other schools, other elementary schools, and explaining actually what chronic absenteeism was. The communication started with our PTA and within our school weekly newsletters. And as we started this school year, we set the tone from day one by adopting the attendance initiative, You Belong Here, as our school-wide theme. The phrase "you belong here" emphasizes our commitment to creating an environment where students feel a true sense of belonging at Concordia and our desire for students to be present every day. In addition, we have maintained our communication by communicating attendance with our families in a variety of ways. So starting with back to school night and TK kindergarten orientations, we set clear expectations and provide information about attendance. We send out weekly tips on attendance and the effects on students' academic and social emotional success in weekly newsletters. We provide information about independent studies in newsletters and emails. We have set a goal, a school-wide goal of 96%. We communicate weekly our progress toward the school during our Friday flag, and in addition, actually display this on our marquee. announcements at our Friday flag within our weekly newsletter, acknowledge improvements and foster awareness. We email specific grade levels to address low attendance and highlight the importance of attending daily. In recent weeks, we have added a new initiative, which has just been lunch on the lawn for our students who are grade levels that are attending the highest. But really, we believe our success has been a result of consistent communication with our families and making them more aware of the issue. We encourage a collective commitment to this improvement. We have really refrained from placing an importance on attendance relating to earning rewards and place the priority as the well-being and learning experience of the students. While we anticipate challenges, we really are optimistic about continuing this momentum to hopefully not only have the biggest improvement, but maybe one day be the top as well. So thank you from Concordia. Oh, questions?
I have a comment.
Yes.
I don't have the data in front of me, but since my children are in school, Concordia, you are tackling what has bedeviled many principals. And Concordia has been known as the surf's up. They don't go to school. So there's a little bit of affluenza along with everything else. And I love the way you're doing it. And just kind of retraining what parents sometimes don't know the importance every grade, every hour and every minute they should be spending in their classroom. So I really applaud you. This is, you're doing it. But
thank you.
That's when, oh my God.
We were very lucky that the waves are really great at the surf competition in the fall. So
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Trustee Mulligan.
Wonderful. And I'm sorry, what is your name?
My name is Gretchen Fleming.
Thank you. I'm going to be sharing that with my school district in terms of utilizing the Friday flag ceremony. As I've attended many, and that's not a subject that's talked about yet, and it's a good one. And also putting it on the marquee, because we are always putting birthdays up there and all, but we know in marketing, we gotta look at every vehicle possible to share with parents, you know, the meaning behind it. So thank you for sharing that, and congratulations.
Thank you.
On the good efforts there, on behalf of everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Pritchard, did you?
Yeah, I had a question. So congratulations. So then what's the open rate for those newsletters? Do you actually mention?
Yes, we actually use S'mores, which is a newsletter that tracks the opening. So on average, we have about 500 students. On average, by the weekend, when I open it on Monday and see how many people, I average about 350 to 400. If I am low, I actually will resend my newsletter to make sure that parents are getting it.
So that's the leading indicator for your.
Yeah. Yes.
So you're tracking that for how long you've been looking at that?
I've been using it since I've been principal since 2020, fall of 2020. That's the newsletter I've been using.
Basic part of the communication.
Yes. So
the rewards sort of follow that. That's so the marquee, the lunch, and all the other things. So is that what you're thinking for other schools? Is having a newsletter that gets monitored?
I'm thinking that a lot of the schools probably have very unique ways of doing it. And so one of the things we're doing is we're asking our principals to share them. So if you're using S'more and monitoring it and that's a strategy that's working, then yes, we would absolutely share that with our principals. Same with if the more intrinsic reward style that they're using as opposed to the actual, like you get a little toy or you get a school bucks, whatever is working, then that's again things we like to share. So, like to see schools put the marquee. We definitely want to see schools putting it in their newsletter. We've chosen as a district, we've chosen a competitive model
and that's
of encouragement.
And I would say that's really, like we said, really our only incentive has been most recently in the last few weeks regarding lunch on the lawn. Everything else has been absolute communication and just putting it in front of our families every single week, every single day.
So a lot of our sites are communicating
yes.
different, but as they can hear and we can talk and we get them in their PLCs, they can share and they can then pick up the communication strategies from the other schools that are seeing good achievement.
Okay, I just need to add a comment. If anybody remembers when my kids were going to school, Disneyland. Oh, it's your kid's birthday? They get in for free. I can't believe how many parents pull their kids out of school to get that free day at Disneyland. I mean, that's quite an incentive. But I mean, these are the things we battle, and it's really about parents understanding the implications And what is that story about, if your student misses twice a month and over the course of a school year and the course of K through 12, they will have missed a whole year of school. So, I mean, when you start putting that together, I've seen some graphics and things, and it's just constantly putting it out in creative ways to get parents to understand the impact. That's what we need to do. And as we said, sharing ideas, what works for one might work for another. So thank you.
Right, thank you.
Thank you for.
Sorry.
It's okay. I was getting to you. Go ahead.
Thank you for coming tonight. There's
Yes.
great work happening in Concordia on a daily basis. Glad to be there and see you and see what's happening, and thanks for your good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, when we talk about attendance, I mean, there's a lot of scholarship out there that shows that there's a reason that chronic absenteeism is set at 10%, which is less than 2 days a month, actually, right? It'd be about 1.8 days a month for students. Because as soon as you get over that, the impacts on educational attainment are very, very large, right? So the reality is that it doesn't seem like a day a month matters, a day here, 2 days there. But the reality is it really does matter for our students. And the research is pretty much unequivocal on that. So that's one of the reasons we want to incentivize attendance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Castellanos, trustees, and Dr. Brown. My name is Michael Kim, proud principal of Newhart Middle School. Thank you for the opportunity to share about Newhart's efforts surrounding attendance. It goes without saying that all schools in CUSD are experiencing improved attendance, and we're simply glad to be a part of the progress being made throughout our district. The approach we took at Newhart was simply live communication with our stakeholders, with the emphasis on and focused on transparency and clarity. At the first day back for our teachers, staff were informed about our attendance initiative and how it would benefit the site by receiving funds back to our site. They were thrilled to hear, this speaks to the competitive model Dr. Brown was talking about. They were thrilled to hear that the funds would be uncategorized, meaning Newhart would be able to determine how to use the funds to serve our students, which completely appealed to our staff. At our very first PTA board meeting, the accompanying PTA association meeting, and our opening day coffee with the principal, we emphasized to our families the same incentive, encouraging the need for families to utilize and apply for independent study if students were going to be absent for an extended period of time. When we have seen the number of independent study packets increase this school year, and I'm so thankful to our clerical staff for supporting this process. Lastly, I want to thank our Newhart community, the city of Mission Viejo, and our families for the success that we credit to them. As a result, we have seen our attendance rates increase as compared to the same time in 2022. And we know that when kids are in school, they do better, and we join to celebrate the efforts made by our community. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Trustee. No? Well, thank you.
All right.
Well, thank you. I want to tell you thank you.
Thank you, principals. I would say that this also points out another strategy, right? So communication up front for both principals, communication is key. And when you help our families understand the importance of being there, our families rise to the occasion and they get their kids to school. They absolutely do. But the other thing is, if for some reason you have a reason where a student's gonna miss an extended period of time that's unavoidable, having a backup, right? Having something where the student can stay engaged, like the Newhart with independent study, right? So that it's not just, oh, we're sorry you're gone, we'll see you when you get back, but it's no, there's a plan for when you're gone so that you don't lose out on learning. So again, another way to attack the same issue around attendance and the impacts on learning. And yes, we did use a competitive model as a district. So learning is priority one, and it is the number one thing that we think about with attendance, but to incentivize it as a way to get everybody rallied around it. Attendance also affects school funding. And so we told the schools that if your attendance was increased at certain levels, a portion of the increased revenue that comes to the district will go straight back to the school for their general fund use.
Yeah, can we just get a number for the public on that? If attendance ADA dropped what was it, 6% between COVID and after COVID, and now it's bounced back by 3%. That 3%, what does that represent?
So every additional 1% attendance is $5 million.
So 15 million bucks because of the efforts of our staff to encourage families to get their kids back in school. That's meaningful. So thank you.
You know, another reason why I like this initiative, and I can certainly understand why teachers get behind it, is when you think about then the student coming back, and if they haven't done the independent study, and we are challenging teachers to work with these kids to keep up. It makes it a teacher's job harder when they've only got Johnny and Judy and, you know, they're here today, gone tomorrow, that they have to go back and repeat and all. And try to make sure that they're all up to speed. So it just, the whole dynamic in the classroom, I think it makes it challenging. So, but that money incentive to be spent without criteria, always a good incentive.
Trustee Jones?
I've been in meetings where it's mentioned that, you know, your kid misses out if they miss school. But I think that one thing that is sometimes mentioned, and Trustee Bullock has touched on it, is that it affects the whole ecosystem of the classroom. And because what it means is the teacher now has to go back over material. So it's not just the student who misses, and it's not just the teacher, it's the rest of the class who is now held back by the need to often, you know, remediate for these other students. So I think that it's worthwhile talking about that with parents, not just that your own child is missing out, but that other children are missing out because of your own student's absence. But I also wanted to comment that Carl Henke and Newhart Middle School make up probably 95% of the population of Capo Valley High, but they're not on here, and Tesoro is on here as having improved, whereas Tesoro, I think, is primarily Las Flores. Perhaps Mr. Kim knows. Well, no, I guess it's also some of Ladera Ranch. In any event, it's interesting to me that the components of Capo Valley High have improved and Capo did not. So I'm just coming.
Okay, Trustee Henderson.
Thank you. Trustee Jones brings up an important piece for this, the parents. And unfortunately, we do probably have high with all the anxiety, the school avoidance issues. Do you work, I'm probably more with the elementary, with Gretchen. Do you work with parents? How do you help them? Because I've known families, the child won't go. And then the more you don't go, the more you get out of practice and you forget how to become a professional student. I've always was grateful that mine went, but how do you walk parents through that? Do you have some tips for them?
We definitely approach it as a team that's bringing the counselor into that team as well. And so working with the families to determine what is the anxiety, what is the avoidance of coming to school, and really targeting what it may be. Is it a life impact happening at that time? Is it something that, is it academic anxiety? Is it, just determining what it is first to actually approach it individualized for that student. So the counselor is reaching out, they're adding resources. If it continues, we might even reach out to further teams at the district office and any resources that we might have to, our main goal is having the student come in and, like we shared, we really believe in that they belong here. Our t-shirts say you belong here, and we want them to feel that way, and we want whatever their needs are to be met at our school.
That's super helpful. So much better than counselor too.
Yes.
May I also jump in quickly just to share a couple of things? Thank you, Principal Fani. So first off, if the schools are not listed, that does not mean that they didn't improve. These are just the highest improved. So Capo Valley High School actually went up 0.74%, but they did not show the highest improvement. So that's the first thing, just to clarify. The second thing is that we did hear, we spoke with elementary principals in particular early on in the year and asked them what would help. And they said school refusal is a big issue for some students using anxiety. So our staff has been working with the county to develop some parent workshops that have been created. We have some curriculum for parent workshops that we have now ready, and we'll be able to advertise that going into the second half of the year to be able to offer that so principals could say, we have some help for you, parent. It's through these workshops, and we'll offer them several times.
Yeah. And are these workshops having to do with school refusal just about anxiety or general school refusal? Because there's there's plenty of school refusal, and we're all parents, we've all experienced it, that's not based on
True,
anxiety.
it's focused on anxiety.
Okay.
We have a workshop, quick question, because this is something that came up, in CSBA, is trying to reach out to the parents and reach them where they're available. If we did more of the workshops that could possibly be filmed and then offer it on video so that they can watch it. There were a lot of conversations about how successful that's been. So we should try to do that as much as we can. And so if this is successful, then we can offer it on video for parents. That'd be great.
We can definitely do that.
Okay, thank you. We don't have any speaker cards on the side, do we?
There are no speaker cards.
All right, this is just an informational item only, so no board actions necessary. We're now moving on to 13B. Certification of the 2023-24 first interim report. And this time I'd like to recognize Philippa Townsend, Assistant Superintendent of Fiscal Services. Oh, I'm sorry, I need a motion to approve it first. I'm sorry, I skipped ahead. Okay, moved by Trustee Davis, seconded by Trustee Parham, and now Ms. Philippa Townsend to present that.
Castellanos and trustees. This is a very brief overview of the first interim budget. Next slide, please. Although pandemic-related spending is gradually coming to an end, spending for the Proposition 28 Arts and Music in Schools program and the Expanded Learning Opportunities program is still ramping up as we fully implement the programs. In addition, our transitional kindergarten enrollment is now over 900 students this year, increasing to more than 1,100 next year. Next slide, please. Early on in the pandemic, the district made a commitment to use the pandemic-related revenue to help students with learning loss. As federal ESSER monies come to an end in June, these programs will start to phase out and class sizes will gradually return to their previous levels over the next 3 years. Next slide, please. Our current multi-year projection reflects guidance from the Orange County Department of Education to lower the COLA for next year from 3.94% down to 2%. This represents a loss of $10 million per year, which is reflected in this chart. Next slide, please. At the end of November, the Legislative Analyst's Office announced the COLA for next year would likely only be 1%, with a further 0.5% reduction in the 2025-26 fiscal year. So if this is actually reflected in the governor's January budget next month, would be a further loss of revenue of $7.5 million per year. Next slide, please. These next two slides were the same ones that you saw at the last budget presentation. The only difference being the red in 2024-25, which shows the 2% rather than 3.94%. On December 1st, the legislative analysts announced that the state tax receipts for 2022, which were due on November 16th, came in at $26 billion lower than projected in the state budget, which is a loss of $10 billion for Prop 98. The legislative analyst's fiscal outlook report for the state budget will be released later this week, and it is likely that this lower tax revenue will continue on into the current fiscal year and beyond. Next slide, next slide. One more. In January, the governor's budget proposal will be used to develop the second interim budget, along with any other changes to assumptions used in the budget. Next slide, please. The board will be provided with a brief update on the governor's proposal at the January 17th board meeting. Next slide, please. And this will recommend approval, which you've already approved. So thank you.
Okay, Ms. Schwenke, any speaker cards? There are none. Okay, discussion by trustees. Trustee Davis.
Yes, on the transitional kindergarten, thank you, Philippa. It says that the classes must be staffed at 12:1 student-to-adult ratio, moving to 10:1 in 2 years. Can you expand on that a little?
Yes, so it was always, or at least for a few years, it's been recommended that the class size move to 10 students to 1 adult. Originally, the intent was the legislature was going to fund this class size reduction, and then it would be implemented, but they just changed the language to say, we intend to fund it, but it doesn't say that the class sizes won't go to 10-1 if we don't fund it. So the expectation is we have to cover the cost of that. So we have included that in our budget, which was another recommendation from the Orange County Department of Education.
So are you saying that the state is mandating that we have it as 10-1? But they're not funding it?
It says we intend to fund.
But yeah, but how does that work? How do we have to fund it at 10-1 if they're not covering it?
Yes.
It's listed that way.
If that's the way it comes out, it would be an unfunded mandate. Yep.
Wow, that's just wow.
And given the current fiscal outlook, we are planning.
Okay, trustees, any other questions or comments? Everyone's just kind of, we already did. Yeah, okay. Yes. I know, right? I know. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries 7-0 by roll, by voice vote with a preferential vote of aye from student board member Pierce. Oh, I'm sorry, he left. When did that happen? Oh, he didn't want to hear about money? Oh, he's got to go to school. Okay. I agree with that. Gosh, I didn't even see him sneak out. Okay. We are now moving on to 13C, instructional materials recommended for adoption by the Instructional Materials Review Committee. I need a motion to adopt the IMRC recommendations. Okay, sorry, moved by trustee Hanachek, seconded by trustee Jones. Okay. At this time, I'd like to recognize Dr. Merwin to present the item.
Thank you, President Castellanos. Staff presents item 13C, instructional materials recommended by adoption by the IMRC. I'm joined by Dr. Carrie Johnson, who is the non-voting chair in the IMRC. We're both available for any questions you may have. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. Any speaker cards on this item? There are none. Okay, trustees, discussion? Any discussion on this item? Okay.
Just a quick question, usually these kinds of things are pretty much followed by everyone. The no vote that the committee had, I'm just curious what the issue might have been.
So this is a unique course, marine ecology, and so this is a second book. The other one is physical oceanography. This is a replacement of the marine biology book. And so the concern by the no vote was, why did the teacher need two books? The teachers, it aligns with the standards to have both books to help support that. So that was the reason.
So they're not disagreeing with the science or something?
No, just didn't think the teacher needed
two books. Okay, we can do a voice vote. So go ahead. Sorry, trustee Jones.
One other quick question. Are we getting pretty good attendance by the trustee representatives in IRC now? I have not heard that mine is not attending.
Yes, we have, and I'm going to be doing board updates after the upcoming IMRCs and put the attendees in the board update.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 7-0 by voice vote. We are now moving on to consent calendar. Please note per board policy 9323 and in accordance with the law, the public has the right to comment on any consent item at the request of any member of the board, and any item on the consent agenda shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. Each speaker is allotted between 1 to 3 minutes per item, depending on the number of individuals who have requested to speak. Okay. Ms. Schwanke, do we have any speakers on consent?
We have one speaker.
Okay, great.
Jessica Geyer.
Awesome. Well, I've been selected or voluntold to do the PTA presentation for this evening since Michelle's not here. So good evening, Superintendent Brown, President Castellanos, and trustees. PTAs and PTSAs across our district have donated $74,343.12 to support recess equipment, sixth grade reading books, a Discovery Education membership, iReady programs, professional development, Walk Through America, Walk Through the American Revolution, and Walk Through California programs, Meet the Masters program, a Street Beat Assembly, Scholastic News, and library enrichment at various school sites. So thank you so much to our PTAs and PTSAs for providing these enrichments for their school sites. And as a reminder to the public, we do raise funds through fundraising at school sites, but that is not our primary purpose. We fundraise because we have to, but our primary purpose is advocacy for over 125 years to advocate for laws and policies that support the health, safety, and academic success of all students, and to engage families and parents in that process. If you are not a member of your local PTA, please consider becoming one. Irvine Unified Council of PTSAs has challenged us to a membership competition, and us being very competitive, we will meet their challenge accepted. So please join your child's PTA. And with your help, we can continue the good work within our schools. And we also, that will also afford us more advocacy power in Sacramento, the more members we have. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Trustees, any consent items you'd like to pull this evening? Okay, all right, then I need a motion to approve the consent calendar items 15A through 18F.
Second.
Moved by, I'm sorry, I missed it. Trustee Davis, thank you, and seconded by Trustee Volakus. Ms. Schwenke, please call the roll. Oh, we can voice vote. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, any opposed? Okay, motion carries 7-0 by voice vote to approve the consent calendar. And yes.
No, there's a resolution on the consent calendar. We can still do it with the voice vote. Okay,
I believe you can, but I don't want to get in trouble with Ms. Hayes. So here, I don't want to get yelled at when she gets back, so we can just.
Following Ms. Hayes' notes here.
But it's okay. I don't want to get in trouble. We'll do a roll call.
Okay, roll.
The resolution is exciting, to award the state seal of civic engagement to district graduates.
Okay.
Trustee Villegas.
Aye.
Trustee Davis. Aye. Trustee Jones. Aye. Trustee Pritchard.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye. Okay, so that now is approved by a 7-0 roll call vote. Thank you very much. All right, we tonight, I need a motion to adjourn. Moved by Trustee Hanachek, seconded by Trustee Marham, but as we adjourn, we are tonight. Yeah, okay, that is correct. I did not forget. Okay, all right. I just wanted to take a moment that the Board of Trustees would like to adjourn tonight in honor of Kat Nolan, an educator who we are ever so grateful for your service to CUSD.
And if you go to a memorial service, don't forget to wear an obnoxious Christmas sweater.
Okay, we need to roll call for adjourn, and then we'll yes, and then we have to reopen the next, yes. Yes, thank you.
Trustee Villegas.
Here's my thing.
Aye. Okay. Okay. All those in favor to adjourn? Okay, we adjourn and the time is now 9:15. But now we're moving on to the Facilities Cooperation Meeting of the Board of Directors. Yeah. 1 second. Good evening and welcome to the December 6, 2023 Facilities Corporation meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District Board of Directors. The meeting is now in session and the time is 9:17 p.m. Ms. Schwenk, please call the roll.
Director Bolokas.
Here.
Director Castellanos.
Here.
Director Davis.
Here.
Director Hanachek.
Here.
Director Jones. Here. Director Parham.
Here.
Director Pritchard.
Here.
Okay, thank you. The Pledge of Allegiance will now be led by Director Parham.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, may I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Okay, moved by Trustee Davis, seconded by Trustee Parham. Ms. Schwenk, please call the roll.
Director Bolokas.
Here.
Director Castellanos.
Aye.
Director Davis.
Are we here?
For adopting the agenda.
Aye.
Director Hanachek.
Aye.
Director Jones.
Aye.
Director Parham.
Aye.
Director Pritchard.
Aye.
Okay. Director. Motion carries 7-0 to adopt the agenda. We are now moving on to number 1, adoption of corporation resolution number 2023-01, resolution of the Board of Directors of Capistrano Unified School District Facilities Corporation holding annual meeting and electing officers of the corporation. May I have a motion to adopt agenda number 2023-01, resolution of the board? Sorry, Trustee Jones, do you already move it? Board of Directors of the Capistrano Unified School District Facilities Corporation holding annual meeting and electing officers of the corporation. Moved by Trustee Jones, seconded by Trustee Parham. Ms. Schwenk, please call the roll.
Director Bolokas.
Aye.
Director Castellanos.
Aye.
Director Davis. Director Hanachek.
Aye.
Director Jones.
Aye.
Director Parham.
Aye.
Director Pritchard.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 by a roll call vote. Okay, item number 2 is approval of the minutes from the December 14, 2022 Board of Directors meeting. I have a motion to approve the minutes. Moved by Trustee Parham, seconded by Trustee Hanachek. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Any opposed? Sorry. Motion carries 7-0. If there's nothing else, then we can go ahead and adjourn. Anything? Okay, there being no, okay, moved by Director Hanachek, seconded by, I missed it, Davis. Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? No. Okay, motion carries 7-0. I guess everybody wants to go home. Roll call vote to adjourn. The time is now 9:20. Thank you.
Yeah.